Good morning, everyone. Um, Pledge allegiance. Representative Boyd, can you lead us? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So before we jump into all of the fun stuff that I want to remind everybody of or introduce them to, I am your chairman, Representative Greg Hill. Been here since 2010. Been chairing this committee. I think this is the third. Yeah. Good segue. This is our vice chairman, or co-chairman, as I sometimes say, Vanessa Sheehan. This is her second term as vice chair. She previously sat as clerk in this committee. So the advantage is for everyone is we've seen a lot of these bills before, and we kind of know what's coming. So that's a good thing, I think. In addition to legislative administration, I've also served on education, labor with Representative Turcott, election law, transportation, and this. So I've got kind of a working knowledge of wherever you want to go. I don't think anybody else is in second committees, right? You only have one committee? Yeah. So that we both are in second committees. So you'll find for us, sometimes there's overlap and we have information from what went on in a different committee. And that too is helpful. We also have a new clerk who is an experienced clerk. You came from EDNA last year, which is Vanessa's second committee. So it's kind of every small world stuff. Do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, this is my second term. I've enjoyed it. EDNA was a very busy committee and too busy for me. So I asked to be on a less busy one. So here I am.
More important, but less busy.
Yeah.
That's a...
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's got a lot of good people here. So I look forward to it, working with you all. So
we're probably going to need a pronunciation.
Okay, we were just talking about that.
Oh,
my family pronounces Searway.
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 Yeah, the original pronunciation would be Searwa, but my family says Searway.
Okay.
Well, like I explained to them, it breaks the association with the French king, which is what the wa is.
So it's not a is it from are you French Canadian?
So my family settled into northern Maine, but they were sent here from the French king to populate. That's what the Searwa means, is gentleman of the king.
Okay. Never mind. So why don't we at least run around quickly around the room, and you'll find that this is a friendly committee. It's generally not a partisan committee. It is. We all seem to be working the way things used to work here. We tend to look at bills on their merits, and regardless of who prime sponsors are or other sponsors, we look at whether it's a good piece of legislation and whether it will help state of New Hampshire and primarily the legislature operate. So those that have been in this before, I think, will testify that it is a easy committee to work with. We tend to, she's locked on, Karen. We tend to have quite a few bills that, even though we have a very small number, we tend to have a very large number, great, of bills that end up on the consent calendar. So, which speaks a little bit to how we do our work and that we talk things out before we finally vote in exec session. Yeah, maybe that's best. Well, this is interesting. Okay. So what we have, this is, while I have the opportunity, um, this is our very fine committee assistant that's here to make us look good. Um, and you have copies of all of our,
The ones that I've received.
okay, 12 of them, right? Okay. And there's still possibility of additional, but,
We finished designing everything last night, and there was nothing further.
okay. Um, so would you like to tell us a little bit about what you do for us, or do you want,
Sure.
okay,
Sure. Right now?
go,
Okay.
sure.
All right, so I'm Karen Davis. My colleague Jamie Wyman, who was your committee assistant last year, everything I know I learned from Jamie. So I know I have big shoes to fill. I am the person that does the scheduling and the setting up, and then I also take all the papers and all the bills, and I create the files and track everything that happens during the session, and then I take the files once they're done, and then once they're finalized, send them to the clerk's office. So I am right there in 201, available anytime. If you need anything, any questions, please let me know.
What other committees are you handling?
I'm the assistant for all the committees on this side of the LOB and the second floor.
So that's education policy,
Education funding, education policy.
Transportation.
Transportation, health and human services, and elderly affairs, and public works and highway.
oh, nothing, no big deal, no big deal. Can you also talk to us a little bit about committee reports and your involvement with those?
Sure. So once you all exact a bill, someone is designated as the report author, working with the chair and the vice chair, and you all submit the report to the chair, and then the chair gives it to me. I work on the draft. The committee researcher reviews the draft, and then I submit it to be published into the calendar.
So in the past, we've had people with very poor penmanship. So we have talked about whether it would be better, and it's kind of up to all of us to decide whether it would be better to submit in electronically if you prefer that. I think it probably helps you so that you can cut and paste and put things in. But we still are able to. You're not. You know, you can. You're perfectly welcome. All right, that's great. Yeah, you keep an eye on Paul. You can be our security officer for the day. Yeah, you can be our security officer for the day. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I don't know if everybody knows, but this is the ranking member, Janet Wall, who has served on this committee for more than I have, and also been chair of judiciary and a number of other things. If she doesn't know it, the answer to your question, then it hasn't come up before. So as far as the committee reports, if there was a way of making sure they're legible and once you complete them, I have to sign off on them. So that'll be the first catch. If I can't read it, I'll probably be coming back and saying, how do we do this? Jamie's laughing already because she saw me do that several times. But it would be great if we can get those in as quickly as we can so that we can get them into the calendar and into the House as quickly as possible and as cleanly as possible and as written as well as possible. Right? Anything we need from Karen now before she can run back to her own?
Yeah, sorry, paper clips, I'm sorry. And, thanks.
We good? Yep. Yeah, that would be great.
When we get the notice about the bills, can they attach this to the email with all the details? Because I like to print them out ahead of time.
I don't know what you're saying. Do you know?
Like when she sends out the email that says we're having a hearing or this or that, that attach, sometimes it was just, I think one of the emails was just like the schedule, but didn't attach the actual email
The actual bill?
PDF of the
Well-
bill stuff, yeah.
Well, you should have all of the bills now.
She's passing.
Oh,
She's passing them
out,
around.
okay, great,
So when you get that note,
Okay.
you can combine them.
okay, I definitely will pack it, okay, perfect, thank you.
They're available on the website. Look at it.
Yep. Yep. So you should be set. I tend to keep all of mine in a 3-ring binder, just because I can. But you do what you do. You. One thing that is going to be different that I'm going to try, and I'm going to ask you if you can volunteer for this. So you'll notice when I schedule those, and this is what triggered it when you mentioned the scheduling page, you'll notice that I schedule things usually 15, 20 minutes apart. And the reason for that is it irritates me. It's very hard to schedule or know how long a hearing is going to go. So you can either guess, and invariably I add too much time to it, or I did in the past, and that meant we were sitting around for 15 minutes or 20 minutes before we could start the next hearing. Don't like wasting anybody's time. So instead, what I do is schedule them usually shorter than I think that they're going to go. And then I just keep running right through all of them. We don't have any breaks for the committee. The downside to that is people may show up expecting a bill to be heard at 9:30, and we've started one at 9:15, and it may go to 9:30. That's the trade-off. But what I want to do is have, and I think Vanessa talked to you yesterday, having a piece of paper with a large font say what the bill number is, and have it sit on the witness table so that that camera, when it's pointing at the witness table, will indicate which bill we're working on. And then at least people will see that are watching on YouTube, see what bill we're playing with, and know this doesn't sound like what I wanted to hear at 9:30. But it's gonna be important that we keep up with that, that we have the right bill shown. So is that something that I can ask you to do, Representative Boyd? Thanks. I'm going to kind of skip out of order for some of this so that we can get people back to where they want to be. These are the usual suspects that we have in our committee. We don't generally have large audiences for whatever reason. We generally don't have lobbyists in this committee. Who we have are three. And first, I'm going to ask our extraordinary researcher. We're very blessed. We have the top researcher in the country, I think. But Jennifer's here to make us look good, and does. You've already seen a piece of her work. I had asked Jenna to put together the files for bills that we've heard previously, so that you have some knowledge about what's coming and what we did about it and what we said about it. So that was all the kind of work that Jen does. Everything that she does comes through me or Vanessa. So we would appreciate knowing what's going on. And 9 times out of 10, we'll say, that's fine, we'll talk to Jen, or you can talk to Jen. Do you want to introduce yourself and say a few enlightening things?
We're out committee for everything. We are nonpartisan staff to all the committees in and out. I work with your committee, legislative administration, as well as education funding, education policy administration, Education and the Ways and Means Committee. So you'll only see me on the second floor.
Nice.
Like Representative Hill said, I can, work with you to show, legislative history, how we get to where we are, for certain laws. We can look at what approaches other states have taken on an issue. Any way that I can support you, providing background information, on the bills that are before this committee. I think that's pretty much me in a nutshell.
Okay.
You find me on the fourth floor and we're always, to everyone to come by, and all privileged enough to visit.
In prior years, we had Jen on the fourth floor. We had a committee room on the third floor. Our committee assistant was on the second floor, and legislative administration has an office on the first floor. So you'll get your steps in somewhere along the line here. Now we're a little bit better. We're at least two things on the third floor. You're good. I think, yeah, I don't think we need anything. As long as we can get that for this afternoon, we can get that new placard. That would be great for the hearings this afternoon. Perfect. Thank you. So that pretty much covers Jen, unless anyone has any questions how things will go there. No. Next, we have our very fine House Counsel, Mr. Cianci, or Attorney Cianci. Do you want to tell us a little bit about how you will help us or why you're here?
Morning, everybody. Both myself and Paul, we all know, we keep an eye on this committee because many of them.
That sounds worse, you know.
They concern with the maybe that's already been covered in our practices or in our rules. It's just these officers unaware. From time to time, Paul and I will testify for informational purposes only. We don't take position for any legislation. Much like Jen, we have sort of institutional knowledge and provide sort of history or maybe how we got to where we are. Work obviously with the chair, sometimes just specific to your questions that may come up. Just, again, a resource for the committee in addition to all the other things that I provide them.
Sometimes it's on interesting things like the Karen Reed case in Massachusetts, but that's a whole nother story. Next, we come to our very fine clerk, House Clerk, which I'm sure he will explain what his favorite committee is.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I'll use the mic. My little hoarse today. Paul Smith, Clerk of the House, honored to be with my favorite committee of the House. And the reason it is my favorite committee of the House is because this was my committee when I was in the House 20 plus years ago. I actually was fortunate enough to be the clerk of this committee when I was a member. And that really, being on this committee, really sort of helped foster my love for the institution and the process. And so I am grateful for that. Couple of things, just to, as Jim mentioned, of course, I am a nonpartisan officer of the House, and I do appear frequently in this committee to testify, and it is always to give informational purposes, for informational purposes. You will see me this afternoon. There will be a piece of legislation that I will be testifying on, and that is because it amends the law that I was a sponsor of 22 years ago. And I'm going to give sort of a historical reference to why that was enacted at that time. And again, that is part of what I do here. Jen mentioned, corresponding with other, NCSL and that sort of thing. I also have, I'm former president of the American Society of Legislative Clerks and Secretaries, and we communicate a lot about various issues affecting all of our legislatures. You'll have a bill on PSLF for legislators coming up. and I've been asked to give testimony on that again. And I have information from other states where clerks are part of that process. So those are the kinds of things that you'll see me here for. You'll also see me just kind of Jim and I just kind of sitting in the back, not always testifying, just here to keep an eye, as he said, a watchful eye over this storied institution. But again, if you have questions about anything particularly, regarding our practices, our customs, our precedents, etc., I'm always available to answer those for you. This committee is special because it is about our internal processes, and not just our internal processes in the House, but really the whole legislature. So sometimes, as Jim mentioned, you might hear us talking about our current practices, and some of our current practices are because they are our practices. And so the question is, should we let the other body and the executive branch weigh in on our practices when bills come before you? So those are some things to think about while you all deliberate on them. Do we need the Senate to weigh in on how the House runs, et cetera? So those are some of the questions that you'll think about when you're deliberating. Again, it is a pleasure to be here. I'm always happy to be available and answer questions or chit chat about rules. I'm a real big fan of rules, our House rules and our parliamentary procedure. So always happy to talk to you about that, and including nuanced stuff. We'll have a continuing education session probably next month in the chamber where we're going to really deep dive into parliamentary procedure. So you'll see me really geek out that day. But anytime you have questions about the why as well as the how, I'm always happy to talk about that stuff. So thank you very much, and I look forward to working with you this term.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the clerk? No, we're good. Couple of things, and in fact, you saw our earlier conversation that I was having, because I had submitted a possible schedule for the rest of our bills, and it appears that I've screwed up for the first time here, because I've put us on the day that the governor is going to be introducing her budget. So you'll see, I don't think it'll show up in the calendar, but you would have seen our remaining 8 bills after we have the 4 this afternoon. The remaining 8 bills I had scheduled for the 13th of February. That's going to be the day when the governor submits her budget. So we need to decide amongst ourselves whether we push that for another week to the 20th, or would it suit everyone here? We're only missing one person, I think. Nope, 2. Whether it would be better to do it on, say, the 12th, a Wednesday. We are sharing this room with transportation. They typically have Tuesdays, so it's really up to us to decide what other day we want to do this. So while I've just already given you some information, my information is only as good as right after I tell you it, and then it seems like it's gone. So I don't know what everyone prefers. Is there a preference? Yep.
Mr. Chairman, hi, everyone. I'm Beth Richards, and I represent Concord, and this is, I think, my third.
I think third.
Yeah, and then prior to this, I was 2 terms in environment and agriculture, so another committee that was represented. And it is really helpful for you to let us know well in advance, and I really appreciate that when you do that. I would also love to try to lock in on a typical day, because I run an establishment that's open 7 days a week. So that is really helpful.
Yep.
So if you're taking favorite days, I would love Thursday, the 20th.
Um, we have somewhat of an advantage because these are going to be hearings that we're having, those remaining 8 bills on the 13th scheduled now. So because all of them are recorded, you would have the ability to hear them at your leisure. They're not going to be, although it is in the calendar that it would be executive sessions are possible in that time. And again, this gets back to the idea of not wasting anybody's time. If we ran into something where all of a sudden we had a big block of time that was available under rules this year, we are able to exec a bill as we have time. So, yep.
As follow up that,
Sure.
you mentioned exec, would you be expecting that the bills that we're hearing this afternoon, that you would look to exec those on the same day and on the 20th, that was seemed to be often a practice that we would hear the bills and then the next time we meet, we would exec,
Yeah,
or with the possibility, but
Yeah,
is that a continued
those are
thought?
those would be the logical ones that I would. I always hesitate, I think, as most chairs do, to exec a bill the day that we're hearing it.
Mhm.
I just don't. I think it's a good idea for people to mull over what they've heard. But so those 4 that we hear today would be the logical ones that we would fill in if there is time on the whatever day we pick.
I recall that you would often indicate that on the public statements as well, so that's helpful
We
to the
have to.
public.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in the schedule that I had sent in for the 13th, I had that line that execing bills would be possible on
But
that
I
day.
guess to my point is that I recalled you indicated the exact bills from that previous week in that manner, in addition to the catch-all line.
Yeah, well, we didn't have the catch-all line last term, so
Okay, okay,
we
that's what
had
I'm
to.
remembering. Okay,
So
thank
we
you.
had to do that, but and I still intend to do that when I know, the remaining 8 that we're doing. My intention is to just schedule one day of execing all of those 8, and theoretically that would cover us for this whole half the session. So, yep, sure.
And another bill related, thank you for the follow-up, is that at the time of exec, how would you like to handle sign-ins or making comments of what has been received and comments about the bill that came from the public? So in my recollection over the years, we would hear, there were 27 submittals, and now I'm forgetting where
Mhm.
we are at in our blue cards and our pink cards, but making a statement of
Right.
what that was as we began our discussion so that we're all informed with the same information.
Um,
Is that something?
quite frankly, I don't. I'm not very good at that, and I don't. It is up to us to, I feel, to review whatever online testimony that comes in or not. I will occasionally, if there is something that I see that is particularly on point or helpful, I may ask Jen to provide that to all of us. And I don't know, that maybe happened twice last year. I don't, yeah. But generally, the idea of announcing who or how many votes came in on either the sign-in sheets, the blue sheets, or online, because there's 24 hours after our hearing to do that. I've never really thought that there's much use to it. Perhaps on exec session day, or someone is perfectly welcome to offer that information, but you know, that's nothing that either Vanessa or I are on our list of things to do. Yep, Representative
Getting,
Turcott.
thank you. Getting back to the schedule, if you push it to the 20th, are we sure there's no house session scheduled that day?
As of the moment, we looked at the magic list that the House Clerk has, and it's not there, but again, that's possible. Anything is possible. So it would be safer if we went off of that Thursday idea. But it would be, it's completely up to us, whatever we want to do.
For the record, I'm okay with either
Okay.
way you mentioned.
I don't know, maybe the vice chair can remind me, was there any dates or times that people could not meet? There were one of the members that's not here, as I recall, couldn't make hearings or exec sessions on the last week of every month. Is that right? But that wouldn't affect this, so that's the only one I know. So Yep.
I believe I may have indicated on a Tuesday. It's very difficult.
Tuesdays are difficult. Yeah, well, we won't be doing Tuesdays because that is transportation in this room, so that's out. Yep,
Are we voting or giving a preference right now?
if you have one,
Okay, mine
sure.
would be the 20th. Yeah. Thank you.
You'd push it the week further.
Mhm.
Anybody else?
I don't
Yeah,
have a preference.
no preference, no preference, no preference.
I have an appointment the morning of the 12th, but that's not like a regularly scheduled thing.
So that could be done too, or the 12th rather than the,
I believe that's the, or the Tuesday.
yeah. How about,
As in, the two options were the 12th or the 20th. So I prefer the 12th.
okay.
Just in this.
Representative Wall, do you have? Ah, see, that's the ideal answer right there. Um, well, we'll have to, maybe we'll send off an email to the others that are coming in, or more mundane things we also have to start picking up, and I have a list of those. Let's put that off for, well, maybe we need to do it. I'd hate to schedule it for the 20th and then find that we have a session a day. Then we're in another pickle. And we have one bill that is an early bill, which means March 6th. That has to be acted upon. And if we go to the 20th, we would still need, I'm inclined to go to the 12th. Is that gonna mess up your scheduling?
Depends how many Valentine's Day dinners I throw.
It's really, it's tough, but I can.
Well,
Is the 19th not an option, Mr.?
the 19th, the Wednesday. Do you have anyone else have any problem with the 19th? It's only gaining us a day, but it would protect us if a session day comes in. Well, here again, it's hard to have everything, but I'm trying to not make it so that for some people, it's difficult for them to take 2 days in 1 week. And if they do have a session and we have, well, maybe not. I mean, we do have a small schedule. So, what do you think of that? What do you think of the 19th? Does that work too? And that's not your no appointments that day. Is that part of? Can you look up Representative Verville's schedule? I think that's outside that too. why don't we, why don't we say that? Let's say the 19th, and then we're good. And if we can tell Karen that we'll make everything as the same schedule, we'll do everything on the 19th.
That's okay with Royal.
Okay, so let's, okay with that, everybody? 19th. Good. So this is probably a appropriate time to start talking about absences. I have one lifelong request. Anything that you are doing that affects the committee, please let either myself or Vanessa know. If you're not going to be here, let us know. If you are in the minority side, please let our ranking member know. We still have the same rule that 24 hours is necessary to replace you for exec sessions. Thank you. You need anything from us, let us know, okay? Okay. And so it's even things like amendments. If there's an amendment that you're working on a specific bill that we've heard, let us know. The worst part of any of this is, as Representative Wall will say, is our surprises. It's the hardest thing to deal with. So if we know that there's an amendment coming in, for instance, and it hasn't been completed yet, we can maybe adjust the schedule for that exec session day or something. Just let us know. Then even more mundane things. We've got things like we have a new email address coming for everybody. I'm assuming you are aware of all of that. So anybody that has business cards, I think that actually will work for the short term, but eventually there will be a .gov email address. Dress and decorum in the committee room. I've always said in the past, try to make sure you give an appearance as if your mother was watching and she would be proud of you. But that all goes from the waist up, as far as I'm concerned. I don't think it's a good idea to have pink fuzzy slippers on underneath the counter, but no one would know. We voted down our the rule change to have business attire, but most everybody is looking pretty nicely today. So I mean, this kind of thing, we just want to present the image that we are a professional organization. So I'll leave it at that. You're all professionals. Food, coffee, drink. I prefer no food, no drink on the table. It should be no food in the committee room. Actually, it should be anything. Water is fine, but anything else. There are little shelves underneath here on the tables that are a good place to put things. I would prefer, if someone is testifying, none of us are grabbing our water bottles and partaking. So this is, again, kind of an office, and we want to project that image. Oh, I should have asked, do you happen to know whether we have lockable drawers anywhere? You know how all the other committees have drawers that are assigned to each? Yeah, it suddenly occurred to me this morning. I've never used them, but other people here do, that are stacked lockable drawers just for you, for our committee. Because we're sharing this room with transportation, I think those ones that are in there are just strictly transportation, which means I have one, but I don't need it. But if necessary, if people would appreciate that ability, I'll make sure that we have them either here or in our office down on the first floor.
Tell people where the office is.
Yeah, so room 104 down below here is, how do I describe where that is? It's actually behind the ladies' room on the in the lobby area. What'd you find out?
To quote my good friend, the legal counsel, it depends. There are 4 available right here. There will be some extras available if there are other members floating around on the second floor that don't want to use theirs.
Okay,
Please see care.
so there's actually 5 because I don't want mine. So if anybody wants a lockable drawer here, you can have one. Please see Karen, I guess is the way to go. Yep.
Sharon, as a corollary, if, you know, a lot of times people put papers and that in there. If you'd like a locker, so that is available in both the basement of the LOB and the State House, we do have lockers available. Just come and see Tracy in my office.
Questions? No? Good. My suggestion is not to leave food in those, but that's another story. I'll tell you at another time, not online. Any medical issues, please let me know, and we can make accommodations. I have no requirements for seating generally. I would like, for security purposes, for you to be near the end. If everybody is happy where they are, that's fine with me. If you want, some other chairs want to make sure that there's alternating Republicans and Democrats, or all of them on one side or the other. I don't care. You're professionals. Yep.
Just to follow up on seating, because if you recall, I tend to come in at the very last minute or sometimes late. So if you want to review what your preference is and a protocol for that,
Yep.
Around testimony and things and coming into the committee room, that
Great.
would be helpful.
So, testifying, if you do come in, as always, I prefer people get here on time prior to testimony. I'm usually right on the number, sometimes within 5 minutes of afterwards. But if you come in and someone is testifying, I prefer you wait until they have completed their testimony, and then you move to your chair. It's to me a common courtesy thing. Likewise, if you have to leave, like the clerk does, I would wait until or try to time it so that if someone is done testifying, you get up and leave. Obviously, if there's an emergency, a medical emergency, you just go. But again, this gets back to letting us know what to expect. So if you have perhaps a hearing that you have to testify on while we're in the middle of hearings, just let the vice chair or I know that you'll be leaving at such and such a time. And then, you would find a time while they're testifying, while people are coming in and out to testify, where you would get up and leave at the time someone was leaving the witness table. That's all. Again, it's just letting us know what's going on. Use of electronic devices. Some chairs are not a fan of us having electronic devices up and running while people are testifying. I can understand that. But I also understand the helpful nature. There are some people that like to take their notes on a pad or laptop. I would prefer it not be. I would prefer 2 things. One, that it doesn't block you from the person testifying. I don't want people to be hiding behind it. And the second thing is, I don't want a great big, I don't know, Grateful Dead instead. No, that's not bad. No. But I hate fossil fuels, and you get the guys from, something sitting on here. That's all. If it's, if you need to use it or you want to use it, I would have no problem. My only concern is I want to make sure the people that take the time to come here and testify believe and understand that their testimony is the most important thing that's going on here. So I don't want to hear the Candy Crush sound when, if there is such a thing, I don't even know. But it is vital that we have people come and testify to us. It is therefore only common courtesy for us to give them our full attention. And then that goes to the fact that if you have a question about how their testimony is going, or something, a statement that they made that you want clarified, you come through the chair. Just generally what people do is just catch my eye and make sure that I have a question or something along those lines. I will call on you, and you will ask your question. We're not here to debate. We're not here to disagree with or make it anything other than a clarifying question. Did I hear you say that this is this? Or can you explain more fully what you meant by this? That's fine. If they still are not answering your concern, you can request a follow-up question to me. And usually what people do is, while they're talking, if it's clear they're not understanding what your question is, they again catch my eye and they'll make a symbol like, follow-up. I'd like to do that. And I will grant the follow-up. So, but the key thing is we are going to listen to whatever they tell us and not disagree with it. Good with that? Good. I have already spoken to Representative Boyd about, in this day and age, we need to have someone that is keyed in as our security person. So if we have someone that is unruly, and I'm telling you, there's almost no chance in this committee. We have very few people come and testify anyway, but if there's somebody that is unruly or disruptive, I will ask them to control themselves. And if it appears to be escalating, I will ask, usually my way of doing it is saying, Representative Steve, can you go see if someone is available? The Representative Steve, rather than Representative Boyd, is the hint for, you need to go get someone. And so I'm going to ask that, either you make your way quietly off stage and get some assistance. The other advantage we have is, because these are recorded and someone is theoretically listening to these somewhere else, they may be on their way already. So I may not even do that if I'm certain that someone is already listening. But we can have other discussions about that. Fire escapes, we're going to go out the door and turn left and go all the way down to the end of the hall and then down and into the legislative parking garage. Unless the fire is there, then we're going to go that way, and you can go either direction down those stairs. Don't do the elevator, right? What else we got? Committee seating, I'm okay. I don't care. Currently, we have 12 bills, 1 early bill. I've already mentioned that. Subcommittees, I'm not a fan. And typically, if we do have a bill that needs work, I will ask and do a committee of the whole. Doesn't happen very often. It did last term when we worked on the ethics bill, the recusal bill. But it always seemed that we were better off having that discussion as an entire group rather than a small group trying to work on it and then bringing in and explaining what they're doing. It just made more sense to meet as a whole. So I would do that. Second committee work, not an issue because it's only Vanessa and I that are on other committees, so we don't have to worry about that. For your information, though, I learned something. If the second committee is having, you can put this in your list of things that you didn't know. If the second committee is having an exec session on the same day, I've always thought that because you were in the building, you couldn't be replaced. But apparently, we have not a rule, we have a practice that allows, I'm looking for confirmation, but I'm getting nothing.
That's a political office.
Oh. Okay. So, not that it's going to come up, but for my purposes, because Vanessa is serving in ED&A, I was concerned that if we scheduled an exec session at the same time here, while she's in an exec session there, how are we going? We were going to lose a vote on this side because she would be in that, and we couldn't replace her. But it turns out you can. Yep. Yeah, well, I don't like working it out. I like the ability to just say, all right, we'll have somebody else here voting for that. But I didn't know. By the way, we are also Gesundheit. We also are a little unusual because we're probably the only committee that has 3 past chairs or past and current chairs in the committee. So Representative Wall has been chair, and Representative Turcott has also been chair. So there may be times where I'll say, what did I screw up? What can we do? Or what is there something that I'm missing? And I'm counting on the 2 of you to jump in along with our vice chair if we get too far down a rabbit hole somewhere along here, just so you know. Committee replacements, minimum 24 hours. You need to know that before and let your ranking member or Vanessa or I or the majority office know. I've already done all the public hearing items. There is a conflict of interest in recusal. As I mentioned, we wrote it. Her name's on it. So if you have a conflict that you believe with any of the bills that were coming up, let us know and we'll help you with that. No surprise amendments, I've said that. Our bills are oftentimes consent, meaning that everybody is going the same way on that, which is a good thing. Most of our bills are well known to us, so that I have no problem reusing committee reports. So if someone makes the motion of whatever, ITL ought to pass, whatever the motion happens to be, we may already have the committee report pre-written. So that may make it easier for somebody to make those motions. I think that's all done. We already talked about Jennifer, where she is. She's up by the pool on the 4th floor. Internet access, we're going to deal with that privately, not online. And there is a computer in our office on the 4th floor. If you need that, let us know. We'll make sure. You pretty much seem to have to just get in room 104. Our office is off the back of room 104, but that door is usually unlocked, right? So if you need a computer in there, let us know. There's a computer and printer, so. What else? We've already done where to stay when you're testifying somewhere else. We may have one bill that we end up working on as a collective, and it's the lobbying bill. For those of you that were on the committee last time, we had that bill last time, and we ended up amending it, and then it was indefinitely postponed, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so it was indefinitely postponed. I don't know if we're going to go the same route, or whether we are going to modify it in some way, shape, or form. But the key thing is, because it is an early bill, the reason it's an early bill is it has money attached to it, penalties or fees, I forget now. And we are going to, without question, at least amend that part out, which would mean it wouldn't qualify at that point as an early bill, but we still need to get it done. And I asked Representative Turcott to almost make that his baby. So we are going to keep an eye on that one. I think that's about all I have that is important. Conflicts, recusal, I've got that. Committee reports, intended to be clear, concise summary of what happened. A couple of times I had to amend the committee reports, and I try not to change what you're intending, but sometimes I have to. I will always talk with you if we need to do something with it. It can't. Well, we'll talk about it as it comes along, I guess. There are certain rules for committee reports. You can't just say, the other side are a bunch of idiots, and this is why we can't do this. We have, yeah, go ahead.
You'll be the suggested AI for the.
I am. But it also is not just me. I have had a couple of times when the speaker or the clerk has sent back a committee report and said, is this accurate or is this correct? And we have had to modify it. The one thing that I do want to talk about, and this will be the last thing, this is true of the entire House. From the time that when a bill comes in, it becomes ours, right? It's no longer the prime sponsors, it's our bill at that point, this committee. From the time that we vote on it and exec it and send it into the calendar to the House, all the way from that point to the point that it comes out of a committee of conference after the Senate, we need to develop a way of still maintaining ownership of the work that we've done in this committee. So coincidentally, we have 12 bills, we have 12 members. But I think it would be a good idea if we use people's talents to be able to own this bill as it leaves here, whether that means that person is testifying on it or setting up someone to testify at the House level, and or whatever happens in the House level, to be the person that also introduces it in the Senate and explains what we've done with this policy, with this bill, and why we did what we did. There has to be a way that we don't just wash our hands of it and say, all right, well, we voted on it, it's in the calendar, it's all yours. There needs to be some way from this committee to be able to each own, or maybe we have one group that owns it from that point on. But I'm open to suggestions. Don't have to come up with them now, but if there's a way that we can maintain ownership, because it is our bill as it comes out of this committee, and we are the ones that theoretically know more about the subject matter than anyone else. So we should be the ones that tell the Senate committee why we did what we did. Agreed? Or does that work? I also don't want to, yeah, sure.
With the, just a follow-up question on that. So in that role, for example, if we pull the thread all the way through, that person representing that would almost provide a synopsis, but of both sides of the discussion. That would be something that I think as committee members, we should kind of pledge to each other, that there would be what the majority vote was and what we knew, but also the part that there should be, maybe not equal, but a mention of the minority, because that gives the fullest picture of what happened
Right.
in the room. Is
So-
that, I just,
So I think this gets back to that communication idea. And first off, as I mentioned, most of our bills are consent. So there is that. But there's nothing wrong with either both the person that, if there is a minority blurb, for instance, which is a committee report, I'm sorry, I keep reverting back to that old vernacular. But if there is both, then there's nothing wrong with saying to the minority person, I intend to go to the Senate and testify on what the majority position is. If you want to come as well and explain the other side, have at it. Otherwise, you're right. I mean, there's always, not always, but there's two sides to a story sometimes. Keep in mind that there's probably, I'm looking at it as you're almost replacing the prime sponsor of the bill if we are amending it in this committee. So I don't know. I'm open to suggestions. Yep.
So I guess is that primarily if we are amending it, and if we weren't amending it, then we will kind of leave it to the prime sponsor?
It's still our bill at that point. I mean, yes, I mean, it may be that the prime sponsor would still be at the Senate hearing, but we are too. And it is our ownership. I mean, there may be a much lesser role if the bill goes through or exactly the way it was originally written, but I don't know. I'm just looking for a way to still be attached to our bill when it's at the Senate. Same thing is when it comes out of the Senate, you typically see one of the senators that will come, and it's not always the senator that wrote it. Someone from the Senate will come and talk on one of their bills. Same thing. But anyway, that's just, I've always looked for a way to pass it along. Yeah.
for follow-up, I tend to look at how implementation of this might work. I like the idea, but once this starts to happen this afternoon in our discussions, it moves out of here potentially, or at least by the end of the month. Are you then looking for individuals to volunteer in the same way that we have that discussion at the end of the bill of who's writing the?
So part of the other conversation is whether we are going to ever get into a situation where a bill either gets pulled off consent and who is going to you all right?
Tickle.
Yeah. Who is ever going to express the committee point? Generally, I mean, we have to have someone named from the committee on every bill, just in case somebody pulls something off, or so whether that is the person that wrote the blurb, or I fully understand that there are people that don't want to go to the floor and talk on things. I also understand that some of our bills are great learning experiences for you to do that. So I think we have to be flexible on that, who is doing what. But if there's something that you feel strongly about, let one of us know that I would like to speak on the floor or not speak on the floor. That answer what you were saying or no? Yeah, I don't think I have a definitive answer for you. I think it is a case by case basis, and we only have 12 of them. So it's kind of simple. It's not like we have 80 bills and we have to divide up, 15 of them to everyone. Anyway, I think I'll leave it from there. If you have suggestions, and as we get to a bill, I may, whoever makes the motion, I'll say, is there going to, or whoever votes in the minority, is there a minority blurb? And do you intend to bring up the minority point of view on the floor? And then whatever happens with it, there's too many options at that point. Whether it gets amended on the floor, who owns it, all of those things. So I don't know how we would ever get there. I think that's all I have. Unless somebody you have ideas of what else we didn't touch on that we should have? No? Yes? Yep.
You started talking about having people kind of introduce themselves.
Yeah,
I'd
yeah,
kind of
yeah,
like to
Sure.
know
sure,
about
sure,
everybody here.
Sure. Why don't you start?
I'd
See
like to
what
go.
happens.
I'd like to go last. No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't really care. That's fine. Representative Len Turcott. Other than in professional situations, I go by Len, not Representative Turcott. Fifth term. First 2 terms I served on labor. First one with Representative Hill. My third term I was on labor, finance, redistricting, and senior advisor in the majority office. Last term, chair of municipal and county. This term I requested no committee. Until Representative Hill called me and said, would you mind being on Leggy Admin? And I said, since it's a light committee, I would love to do that. So,
And I
That's
came
me.
through with that. I only have 12 bills, right? I mean, I promise.
Steve Boyd, Hooks at Dunbar.
What other
Done.
committee? You also served on labor for a while.
I'm
right?
on, this is my 3rd term. I've been on labor and ED&A
And why not on those now?
because this is a light load here and you asked me specifically to be on your committee.
You see a theme?
Carrie Sorensen, I represent Portsmouth. This is my first term.
Which is unusual in this committee, by the way.
Is it?
Up until last year, this used to be, you had to, I was not sure when I asked for this committee whether I would qualify because I had only 5 terms at that point. It used to be you were, and it used to be populated with the speaker, the majority leader, the deputy something. It used to, oh yeah, I'm getting nodding from. It used to be almost like rules committee that you were here for a while and knew how the legislature operated for a good reason, I think. But last term, I think we ended up with six freshmen. So you're not breaking ground, but it is unusual. I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's okay.
Why did you pick legislative administration?
Good question. Yeah, thank you. It's my first term, so I just thought it'd be a good place to get to learn how things work. Plus, I work full time and I'm a new mother, so sometimes my daughter might be coming with me.
Congratulations, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Beth Richards, and this is my 5th term. I think I mentioned this is my 3rd term in here and with admin, and before it was environment and agriculture and then Concord. So you may see me walking.
Your
here.
business is?
And I have a business that is in Hopkinton now. It had been in Concord, but it is a corner store if you're familiar and drove on 202 and Main Street in Hopkinton, it was the old Cracker Barrel. And so I feed people, and do fun things there. So I love it. What's that? Yeah. So so I can, if we take lunch orders at some time
I
in
was
the
gonna
morning,
say.
I can go out and pick it up, and we can bring in BLTs and soups and things like that. I'm not averse to doing that.
Excellent.
For the committee. But.
Thanks.
Hi everyone, I'm Alice Wade. I'm also a first term rep from Dover Ward 2, and my full-time job is as an aerospace engineer.
This is the
But-
same.
Yeah, yeah, it seems pretty similar. But yeah, so
You know, this is another aerospace, but on the other end, he's not designing, he's flying. So
gotcha. Yeah, I just recently graduated from UNH, and I chose legislative administration since it was lower workload, but also I was interested in helping work on some of the issues that made it hard for a working person to be a legislator.
oh, I see.
So that's one of the reasons
We
that got
have
me
those.
interested.
We have those bills.
Mhm.
I don't think there is one.
I think there's one this afternoon.
There is. Yeah. Okay.
But yeah.
I haven't read them yet. No, I'm kidding. Thank you for coming.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Pyar. I represent Henniker, Warner, and Bradford. This is my second term and my second time on Leggy Admin, and I requested Leggy Admin. So just because I heard you were the
You
chair.
sound surprised.
No, just kidding. Yeah. So I also work full time. I'm an administrator at Cheshire Medical Center. So this committee, I can be on a committee, but it's not overwhelming with the time commitment. So I like that.
I just. So I have been mispronouncing your name all these years.
No, you can say either way. Payer or Pyar, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to apologize, but I guess not.
No. Yeah.
Janet. Something you said that triggered a question, and now it's gone. You'll notice that that's another part of the scheduling that we've always tried to do. These are temporary walls that come in, so if they happen to be in session at the same time, it can get loud. For a while, we were working in double rooms, and it was much better, I thought. But these can get loud, so I apologize for that in advance. Can't remember what it is I was going to ask you. Doesn't matter. It'll come back. Vanessa?
I'm Representative Vanessa Sheehan. Chairman Hill already kind of introduced me and told you some of my history, but this is my third term in the legislature. This is my third term here on Leg Admin. and looking forward to the term.
I think did I already say what I am? I've been here since 2010. Nothing else, I guess. I've been on a whole bunch of other committees. I try to use our time efficiently. That's my goal. So I apologize in advance if there's things that I'll do that that don't fit your particular schedule, but I'm trying to get everybody as close to being uniform as we can. We do have 2 additional members, one that you'll meet this afternoon for the hearing at 1, and the who you probably don't. Is he a freshman? Representative Barton?
Yes, he is.
Okay. So I have not met him either, but Representative Barton is a freshman. He'll be here at 1, and Representative Verville is the other. He is, I don't know, 5 terms maybe, something like that. 3. Right, right. He too opted out of being having a committee, I think, and just when he thought he was out, we dragged him back in. But he is, because of work, he has difficulty making times. And as I mentioned earlier, he's out for the last week of traveling for his business. So he'll be in and out, but he's always an active member. Anything else that we need to do? See what happens with scheduling. So our hearing is at 1. If there's anything, anybody. See what you got us into now. And the downside of that is, we if I'll be here probably for a half hour or so if there are things that people privately want to discuss with Vanessa or I. You know, maybe there are issues that need personal attention. Other than that, we have a hearing beginning at 1. I don't see any reason that we won't be done by 2, but I'm often wrong, as I have announced already. With that, I'm happy to close the orientation and move on. Oh, yes, Representative Wall. That's up to them. You're going to have to figure that out. I can't stop my side. I know that. Thanks again. The time being 1 o'clock, I'm inclined, unless there's something that's come up in the interim from anyone. I want, first of all, to introduce and welcome our Representative Joe Barton, who you want to tell us a little bit about yourself quickly here so that everyone else has gone around the room and explained who they are and why they are in legislative administration. If you want to take a, if you know. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Let's see. I grew up in Lancaster, New Hampshire. I worked for the shipyard in Portsmouth for 16 years, and just a few years ago moved to Littleton to be closer to where I grew up. I'm an engineer. I do a lot of other things. I'm a pilot, and I was hatched for many years working for the shipyard, and now I work in the private sector and have a flexible work schedule. So I ran for office, and
Great.
Here I am.
Thank you very much. The one thing that came up that you'll probably want to put on your schedule is our next batch of hearings. We had to move because the governor's budget hearing is that day. So it will not be the 13th, it'll be the 19th, the following Wednesday. With that, I'll open the hearing on House Bill 118. Welcome the prime sponsor, Representative Thomas. Welcome to Legislative Administration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I think this is my first time in front of you guys, so it's an honor. Thank you.
We appreciate it.
I am Wendy Thomas, and I represent the town of Merrimack. I'm here to introduce House Bill 118, which is an act establishing required breaks during legislative proceedings. Allowing a 10-minute break after a 3-hour continuous legislative session would be highly beneficial to older, employed, parent, and caretaker legislators for several reasons. Older legislators may experience physical discomfort, fatigue, or strain from sitting for extended periods. A short break provides an opportunity to stand, stretch, and move around, helping to prevent issues like stiffness, poor circulation, blood clots, or back pain that can arise from prolonged sitting. This is crucial for maintaining long-term health and preventing burnout, especially for older individuals who may be more vulnerable to these physical stresses. Legislative work often requires intense focus and critical thinking. A break, even if brief, can help reset the mind, reduce cognitive fatigue, and enhance concentration. For older legislators who may face age-related cognitive decline, taking breaks helps maintain mental sharpness and effectiveness in making decisions. Parents and caretakers often have multiple responsibilities outside of their legislative duties. A 10-minute break provides a much-needed moment to check in on family matters, ensure children or dependents are being cared for, or handle any urgent personal tasks. This brief respite allows them to fulfill their responsibilities at home while still staying engaged in the legislative process. Legislators with jobs outside of their legislative duties often have to juggle multiple tasks, including work, family obligations, and civic duties. A brief break gives them time to quickly address any personal matters, check in with their job responsibilities, or handle any pressing work-related communications, helping them to stay on top of both their job and legislative duties without feeling overwhelmed. It is our role as elected officials to emulate the behavior we wish to see in others. If a constituent contacted me and told me that her employer demanded she work 7 hours straight without a bathroom break or any kind of break, you can be sure that I would look into that situation. House Bill 118 is a bill that gives legislators dignity and health protections while we do our job at the State House. In conclusion, allowing a 10-minute break every 3 hours of continuous legislative work supports the well-being, mental focus, and personal responsibility of older, employed, parents and caregivers who are all legislators, enabling us all to contribute effectively while maintaining a healthy work-life balance. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. First question is that written testimony you'd like to submit?
I certainly can do that. It needs to be edited, but I can get it to your box this afternoon.
Okay.
Oh,
That'd be great.
yeah.
For our clerk. Second question, you mentioned that you would be willing to take questions, correct?
Yeah.
Are there any questions for the prime sponsor? Representative Barton.
What's the present practice?
The present practice is we come back after lunch, which is approximately 1 o'clock, and sometimes we can go to 4, 5, 6, 7 o'clock at night, sometimes even later, with no stop, no break at all.
And
Follow up, you will ask for.
yeah, if I can follow up, if someone needed to take a break or use the bathroom, could they not request from the chair to take a break?
I don't think I've
Or-
ever heard of that happening, and but this is also for the floor, in when we have session. So I don't
Understood.
think you can ask the speaker to have a break for one person.
Follow up or-
I would follow up with if a member needed to use the bathroom during session, what would that member do?
So I'm glad you brought that up because this is something that we have discussed. What we do is we figure out the people that speak longer and we sort of time it so that we are using the bathroom when these people who typically speak longer go, forcing us to not do our job because we can't hear that person speak while we're using the bathroom or checking in on our kids at home or checking in at work. So this is not just the bathroom. We also have some older representatives who use incontinence pads, and this would allow them the dignity to change their pad on a regular basis or something. And it would just give everyone a break, a deserved health break.
Thank you. Any further questions? I have one.
Oh, sure.
Do I understand that you're saying someone has asked from the chair or anyone else? I can understand the floor being different, but asked for a break in a committee room and been not given it?
I have no experience with that. I've never seen that in my committee. I've not heard of it happening in other committees, so I can't really say for sure. I've never seen that. I've never seen a session being stopped like
Oh.
that.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Vice Chairman Sheehan.
Has there ever been a time where a session has gone on for 7 hours straight where no break was taken? Because if I recall, the speaker had to provide a lunch break an evening supper break if we went past 6 o'clock, I believe.
I think the clerk might be able to answer that better than me. However, if we have a dinner break, that's typically at 5 or 6. We still come from after lunch to 5 or 6 without a break. Nonstop.
I think we're off. Any others? No. Seeing none. Yes.
Yes. Is there anything that would prohibit a member either in committee or on the floor from making a motion for a brief recess and getting a vote of the membership instead of making it mandatory in law?
I don't believe I have the answer to that question.
I have only one other pink card for Representative Crystal Lloyd. Indicates she is for probably 30 seconds, maybe a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll be brief. I just wanted to give some testimony to back this up. the reason I would find it really helpful in legislative sessions, particularly, is because last term, I underwent 2 knee surgeries, in which case I was either in a wheelchair or on crutches. I don't know if any of you have had the chance to walk from section 4 or crutch or wheelchair from section 4 all the way to the women's bathroom and then all the way back to your seat while worrying about missing any testimony, missing any hearings or anything that we needed to be hearing. But it is certainly very scary at times because I worried that I'd miss a vote, I'd miss a roll call, and in my incapacitated state, it was very difficult to get back in the allotted time of the speaker and know when the speaker would start or stop. It is quite a long walk. So,
Thank you. Questions? Yes, Representative Wade.
I don't know if you might have the answer to this, but do you know if there's a reason that this was brought as a House bill rather than a rule necessarily? Or, sorry, that might be.
I don't know. I could possibly refer to the prime sponsor, Representative Thomas, but I don't personally know.
She can come back up after we're done with Representative Lloyd.
Yep.
Any further questions? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. I haven't thought of it that way, although I've been in that position. Is there anything to stop this from being in House rules?
Again, I would have to refer to the prime
Okay.
sponsor.
Sure, thank you.
I have this. I heard about this this legislation a little while ago, so I just wanted to make sure that I gave my assessment of how difficult it was last term for me personally.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Barton.
Would there be anything that would prohibit a member from making a request of the speaker or the chairman in cases of committee meetings for reasonable accommodation to for a reassignment of seat or a temporary seat that's closer to the bathroom?
Sure. I appreciate that question. So as it stands right now, because of our assigned seats, we're typically anybody reassigned to a seat needing extra services. I believe the clerk might actually be able to answer this better, but we were put kind of at the back of the House floor, either in the chairs or when I was in a wheelchair, it was kind of behind section 4. And in order to make a motion, I would have had to get myself down to the podium to make that motion, either via wheelchair and have someone push me, or or crutch all the way down there, potentially like interrupting some legislation and causing some concern or just simple embarrassment of having to ask for a bathroom break for myself specifically. And that weighs a lot on me because I do not want to impede the legislative process from happening because I personally need to go to the bathroom.
I would follow up, Mr. Chairman. Would
You will.
I will.
I'll grant you the follow-up.
Thank you very much. I'm going to restate my question
Sure.
if I didn't state it properly. My question was, is there anything prohibiting a member from making a request of the speaker or the chairman outside of session or outside of committee for the accommodation?
It would still require I believe the best way I could answer that is it would still require the speaker to pause the general court session in order to allow for that type of a break, and to ask for that for one person on the House floor, it would be really difficult, despite the fact that there may be other people who would also need to go at that point in time. But it is very difficult to have one member stand up and say, "Can we request a motion?" It has been done a couple of times on lengthy session days, I believe, but it again, you have to basically judge it within yourself to say, I really, really, really need to go, and that's a bit embarrassing.
Thank you.
One more follow-up.
Oh, sure.
Sure.
Oh,
Last one.
quickly. Um, I guess, is there anything prohibiting a member from making that request outside of session or committee, or must the request be made during
I would
session?
sorry, I didn't mean to jump the gun there, but I would have to know ahead of time what specific breaks I would need and when I would need them. Sometimes it was just to take pain meds, so that I was not taking pain meds on the house floor. Sometimes it was to get to the bathroom. But if I knew ahead of time that if there was a 3-hour break or the 3-hour session and then there would be a break, I could, I'm sure, manage to get to that 3-hour mark.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony. There was one question, if Representative Thomas wants to do her best with a quick answer, that would be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I intend to do my best. That actually is a question that has come up. Why wasn't this introduced as a rule as opposed to a bill? And the reason is that we know from previous experience that rules can be overturned by the party that is in the majority. This is not something that should ever be overturned. This is a protection that should be permanent for all legislators going forward. You're welcome.
Thank you. I have no other pink cards. I don't know if the clerk would like to chime in on anything that was brought up. We're good. We can discuss that in exec session if we need to. Seeing no other pink cards, I will close the hearing on House Bill 118, and if just a brief time to reset, like the new tag on the witness table. We'll be opening the session on House Bill 347. The time being 1:40, I'll open the hearing on House Bill 347. Recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Lloyd. Welcome back.
I think that was the briefest break I have possibly had in a while. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for hearing me. I'll try to be as brief as possible. I was before this committee last term with this basically identical bill. The reason I am submitting this as a bill possibly got lost last term. I gave a brief description of my personal experience and why this was an issue. In which case I had an employer who agreed at the onset that I could go ahead and do like my legislative tasks and duties and attend session days. However, at one point it just became untenable to them, and so they decided that I could not attend legislative sessions and prohibited me from doing so, which then basically led to me needing to schedule a break in order to do my legislative duty. This particular bill would set up a leave of absence policy, basically, essentially. It keeps coming to leg admin because it has to do with our jobs, but technically it's kind of more of an employment protection for folks who are needing to work and also needing to attend legislative sessions. It's just for House session days when it's mandatory that we're there. It is not meant for committee work. It's not meant for any type of meetings or any type of things that we need to do for campaigning, any of that type of stuff. It specifically is for days when we are required to be in our seat for our vote to be counted. Last term, when I was looking into this legislation, the biggest concern that I found when I was considering it is the fact that our House calendar is publicized, which is fine. That's the way it should be. The public should know what we're voting on certain days. But my biggest concern here is that if we had a closely tied session like we had last term, an employer could see what is on the docket and basically tell their employee, no, you can't go. And then that puts that particular rep in a position of deciding whether or not they can continue their job, or if they disregard their employer and come in and vote anyway in legislative session. We did have one rep testify that she felt her employer had done that last term. Or they testified last term, but it was in a prior term that they felt their employer had done that. So I thought about it and I was like, what can we do in order to protect our legislative duties here? And make sure that those are prioritized over any type of employment that we have outside of the state, because we are representing our people. And I hold that very, very high in my regard. I didn't want to submit any type of a bill or legislation to increase payments to us, because I don't feel like that should be passed down to the taxpayer. And this was the best thing that I could think of that would not cause any type of an increase in our salary, but it would still allow us to do what we needed to do on the days that we needed to do it for the session dates that didn't have anything except for mandatory attendance. I've been working in nonprofit for 18 plus years. I don't know of any other organization that says this is volunteer work and it's okay for you to volunteer and potentially lose your job. I have been working in payroll and human resources all of those years. I will say that in the past, I'd say 5 or so years, I have seen an increase in employers requiring some sort of documentation in order to allow a variance to their employment policies. Right now, a lot of employers have a policy in place where it states that you can be absent for up to 3 days before you have to have a doctor's note. It is very I foresee a point in time where we will get to questioning why we need this many days or this many hours to be at the State House. And I foresee any issues, or I foresee a lot of issues around that. So that's why I had come up with this. It kind of sets it up like jury duty, where the employer does not need to pay the employee for that time off. All they need to do is understand that those session days are guaranteed to that legislator so that they can be there to fulfill their legislative duty. So that is that piece of it. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions for Representative Lloyd? Yes, Representative Wade.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So how did you end up arriving or calculating the specific 168 hours?
Sure. So that piece of things, I'm open to change the number of hours. I came up with it by looking at how many days we were asked to reserve off in the 2022 legislative calendar, and then multiplying that by 8 hours per day. So that way I could come up with some sort of number. I would like to do a review of the number of days that we've actually been called into session and potentially come up with a better average. I would be open to changing that number slightly, but it is quite a number of hours. And so I wanted to cap it off so that it was not too much of a burden on employers beyond the days that we were asked in 2022.
Thank you. And then how would this function for out-of-state employers as well compared to New Hampshire
Sure.
employers?
So technically, I would not necessarily benefit directly from this change because I work in Massachusetts in my 9 to 5 job. I foresee this happening for New Hampshire employers because we can't really legislate for. I would love to see this go federal. That would be great, but we can't legislate for employers that are beyond our state borders. However, what I foresee this doing is allowing people like myself who may work in other states to have at least an argument to bring to their employer and say, in New Hampshire, they're required to do this. So it would be beneficial if I could get to do what I need to do.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Further questions? Representative Soares.
Thank you, Chairman. So do you have an idea of how many employees an employer has to have before this takes effect?
I did not put a minimum employee requirement in there. However, it's not that I wouldn't be amenable to doing that. I did put a hardship clause in there, and I tried to keep the legislation as efficient as possible by not including redundant pieces of material. So basically, if an employer had a hardship because they have too few employees, or if they had an employee who was the only person serving in that particular department, they would be able to claim a hardship and then be exempted.
No further comment? I have one.
Sure.
So in that instance that you're talking about, that they would claim a hardship, actually it's a two-part question. Who would they claim that to? Is that someone like the House Clerk, or is that someone like the Department of Labor? And the second part of the question is, what if it's, or is that able to be denied, or what happens if they refuse to do that?
That is the piece that I would really like to dig into more with. Ideally, I was hoping this would kind of go to the labor and industrial offices because they tend to deal with leave of absences and those types of legislative requirements. But I believe we have a process already for jury duty exemptions. I don't know who exempts for jury duty, but I would assume it would follow a similar process.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. I have only one other pink card for this. And it happens to be from the Department of Labor. Chair calls John Garrigan, who is neutral on the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. My name is John Garrigan. I am General Counsel with the Department of Labor. The department is neutral on the bill. I'm just here today to provide some technical guidance and procedural information, specifically about Section 5 of the bill. RSA 27311A, that's the general penalty provision that the Department of Labor relies on when it's enforcing labor laws. The way that works is a first-time violation. There's a statutory requirement that the commissioner provide a warning to the employer, and then the employer has 30 days to cure or correct whatever violative condition there is. Any subsequent violations would be subject to a penalty of up to $2,500. One note that we saw when reviewing this bill is while RSA 27311A provides a penalty, it does not kind of in and of itself provide a jurisdiction or authorization for the department to engage in any sort of investigation. If the committee's intent was to have the department investigate the situations and then bring enforcement actions, that our suggestion would be to amend the language to add either an authorization within the bill itself, or to amend either one of the provisions of RSA 273 or perhaps RSA 275 to allow for that. And the department's happy to work with the committee on actual kind of recommended language to achieve that effect. But other than that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Other Representative Turcott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking the question. Does the Department of Labor have jurisdiction outside of the state of New Hampshire?
No.
Thank you.
Any further questions? So I will piggyback on that. Would we not be setting up a situation where non-domestic employers would be treated differently than international or out-of-state companies?
There could be times where there are employers that operate in multiple states, including New Hampshire. We would certainly have jurisdiction over those types of employers. But if an employer operated solely outside of the state or solely on an international basis, we would not have jurisdiction over them. So there could be times where under this, the commissioner could impose penalties against certain companies, but not others. Yeah.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your testimony. I have, again, no further pink cards. Anyone else wanting to speak? Seeing none, I'll close the hearing on, what was that, 3:47. Thank you. Actually, we're right on time. If we want to reset the banner, we'll be ready to go shortly. While I have a quick second, though, you missed a couple of pieces from this morning's orientation. One is we asked for no drink or food on the table. There is a little shelf underneath the table here that they keep there. The other part is the procedure for questions of the people coming and giving us testimony. So typically, the one thing that is mandatory is we are, and I'm not casting aspersions here, but we are here to get information from them. We are in no way going to try to question them like you would see on out of any of the committees in Washington, you know, where and we are trying to just understand what information they are trying to provide to us. We are looking for clarifying questions, basically. And the procedure is if they are answering a question either that you didn't ask or not answering your question, during their testimony, you would look over, ask for a follow-up with a hand signal or something like that, and then I will ask if you have a follow-up, and then we go from there. Okay? We don't have 3:15. Who? Oh. Do you want to just introduce it for purposes of this? We have someone here to speak on it. From DHHS. It's like deja vu all over again, right? Time being 1:30, the chair will open up the public hearing on House Bill 315. Not seeing the prime sponsor, I'll ask Vice Chair Sheehan if she will introduce the bill. Vice Chair Sheehan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Representative Vanessa Sheehan. I represent Hillsborough County, District 43, the town of Milford, and I'd like to introduce House Bill 315.
Thank you. I'm assuming no questions.
I won't be taking any questions today. Thank you.
Thought not. Thank you very much. We have two pink cards. I'm taking them in the order that they arrived. So the chair will call John Williams from DHHS, who indicates no preference, no support or opposition to the bill. Providing information in less than 3 minutes.
Chairman
Welcome.
Hill and members of the Legislative Administration Committee. For the record, my name is John Williams. I'm the Legislative Director for Health and Human Services, and I am here on behalf of the department. The department has serious concerns with HB 315. As you see from the proposed legislation, it amends RSA 17D3, dealing with legislative investigations, and most specifically found on lines 10 through 14. If an employee, it states, if an employee of a state agency knowingly provides false information before the committee, he or she shall be prohibited from testifying before the committee and liable for perjury under RSA 641:1 or false swearing under RSA 641:2 and tampering with witnesses and informants under RSA 641:5. It also amends the statute involving state employees appearing before the legislature, and it requires us to wearing our identification badges. This was a law that was created back in 2005 because of transparency in government. It was important to know who is coming before the legislative committees. You'll see I honor this every occasion. I don't think on any exception I've been without it. My lanyard might have broke, but my card was always still there. Passage of the bill would create a chilling effect for state employees, including those at the department, to communicate with the legislature to provide you with the important information needed for you to develop state policy. Respecting the constitutional doctrine of separations of power. And for those of you who I've testified before, I honor that like you do. We all have taken an oath at some point. I did as an attorney when I swore into the Bar of New Hampshire to uphold the Constitution of the state and the United States of America as well. And we do respect that. But it's also understood that the branches of government work best and most efficiently when they communicate effectively between each other, whether it's the legislative branch communicating with the judicial branch, or the executive branch communicating with the judicial branch, or our branch of government, the executive branch, communicating with you, and you, more importantly, communicating back with us in the development of really good policy and legislation. With that said, there's already in place for both branches of government under the for legislator and to the executive branch agencies for the ethics committee. So if there is an occasion where there's any impropriety, whether it's a conflict of interest or other improprieties before this body, there is a remedy to go before, at least in our occasion, the legislative executive branch ethics committee. There's a very formal process. They swear witnesses in, and they adjudicate those matters when they come before them. Also, in addition to that, for folks like myself who are licensed, I am an active member of the New Hampshire Bar, although my current role before you now is as legislative director, that I'm also accountable to the New Hampshire Bar Association for what I do before this committee. And candor towards this committee is important as candor towards a tribunal in a court. And we take that very, very seriously when we come before the legislature. HB 1315 singles out only the executive branch government. It doesn't focus on the legislative branch, the judicial branch, or any other individuals who come before this committee. I'm just going to get to the point because I'm keeping to that 3-minute time. Representative Hill, Chairman Hill, here, and I will be providing you with a copy of my bulleted testimony. But the New Hampshire tradition is one of transparency of government and working together with you. And providing a law that would create a criminal offense, or at least the possibility of being accused of a criminal offense, would create a chilling effect for that very positive communication that happens. New Hampshire does it right. We have it right, and there are already checks and balances in the process, in the system, to ensure the integrity of that process. This bill is not only not needed, but it would go completely opposite of the way we do things here in New Hampshire. And with that, Chairman Hill, I'm available to answer questions from the committee. I'm here today on behalf of the Department of Health and Human Services, but I would represent to you, this is obviously a concern to many other state agencies within our state government.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Questions? I have one. You mentioned the ethics committee and that being a viable process for handling situations like this. Has that ever been done? to your knowledge?
I would have, well, fortunately for me, I've not been before the ethics
Well,
committee, so I don't
well,
have
I
any
wasn't
personal,
accusing you of anything.
any personal knowledge of that. But I do believe that that's handled through the Department of Justice, and certainly you could inquire through your legal counsel, a wonderful Attorney General for, and I'm happy to provide her with contact information for more detail. But if you look to the actual RSA, the statute, it's very, very specific in terms of the process, the oath, bringing witnesses, and very, very clear that it's to prevent the types of things that this legislation reportedly would be trying to prevent.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Chairman Hill, thank you.
All set, I think. I have one other pink card on this bill, House Bill 315, from Commissioner Jasper. Welcome to, I think you've been in this room once or twice before.
Just a few, but I wanted to point out that I
You're here
specifically
speaking.
said that I'm representing myself.
Right.
And that's why I'm not wearing a badge. Part of this is to point out the flaw in this bill, which there are many, hopefully you've seen. And what I want to point out, this talks in the first section in lines 11 through 14, talks about false swearing and tampering with witnesses and informants. I certainly don't understand how that would apply. There's nothing in here that talks about anyone being sworn in, but it would appear that state employees would be held to that standard without actually having taken an oath. I think that's problematic. And there's also a lack of due process in both sections of this, in that it just knowingly is a very high standard. But there is no due process in this as to who makes the determination, what the judicial process is. This would appear to just say, well, a committee can just decide that somebody has appeared and knowingly done that. Well, knowingly is a standard that is extremely hard to meet. I mean, literally, you would have to, I believe, have a person on tape or in a written document that contradicted the information that he or she provided to the committee. Just believing that somebody knew that they were providing information is not a standard that you can hold anyone to. So I think that really I just want to say that I hope you look at this very carefully and understand that this is not something that should be done or probably could be done because of the issue of constitutional rights. And again, I'm here as a private citizen. Now, I will tell you that the governor knows that I'm here today, but I also informed the governor that I was coming as a private citizen. So what would you do in a situation like that? Attempt to take away the rights of a private citizen to come and testify? And the first part is really not about public hearings, it's about investigations. The second is about hearings and testimony, and again, to take away the ability for someone to come in and oppose or support a bill. I think what I almost forgot to tell you is when I first read this bill, the first thing I thought of was the three monkeys: see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. That, somebody clearly doesn't want to have all the information that would be out there. And so I hope you find this bill inexpedient to legislate. I'm glad to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for private citizen Jasper? I have one. If I can ask you to draw on your experiences as speaker, if it were a chair that asked for a meeting with the speaker and asked that in the future the speaker would communicate to the executive branch and or the commissioner that they would request a different liaison from an agency, would that be permissible?
I think it would be permissible, and I certainly would have no problem with that. And it also makes me think of a couple of incidents on the House floor when I was presiding. And I knew that members were saying things that were not true, and demonstrably so. I interrupted those members and pointed that out and did not let them to continue. And I think it's within the purview of the committee to challenge someone who is providing testimony which you believe not to be true. But I don't think that we can then take away that person's right to ever testify or come forward. But I think that we absolutely have a duty to challenge things that we believe and could provide evidence of being false.
Thank you for your testimony. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll see you in a few minutes, I
Yes.
think. I would ask John Williams if he would also chime in on that that comment of whether it would be all right for, or what would happen in the situation from a legal standpoint at DHHS if you received a notice from the speaker or through the governor's office that such and such a committee had requested to have a different liaison to a committee. Is that something that's ever done, or would that ever be accepted or taken in the spirit that it was intended?
So, drawing on my memory from doing this closely going on 2.5 decades now, doing legislative work before this body, I've not received such a request for not having a particular individual coming before committee. But what I can express to you is we're very thoughtful in terms of making sure we have the right staff. If staff comes before a committee that doesn't know the subject matter, they shouldn't be before you. And I've had concerns raised in the past, and we then worked harder to make sure we got the right people in front of the committee. But it wasn't such a formal request as saying we shall not want to see that person ever again before our committee. I think there might be some personnel rules that might be at play for us to telling somebody they can't come and do their job, but I'm not prepared today to get into all the legalities regarding that. And I'm looking for our wonderful person from the Department of Labor. Maybe he can chime in on that, as I'm going down a slippery slope of knowledge that I don't have a great deal of subject matter knowledge of. But I do think that state agencies are very receptive. They hear you when you say wonderful things about us. We love that. And when you say things that are of concern, you have our total attention. We want to address those concerns very meaningfully. And if it's a particular individual coming before a committee that you feel has been less than either transparent or doesn't know their subject matter, we would work to address those issues.
Thank you for your answer. It would also not preclude that person from coming and testifying as an individual as well, right?
I would agree with that, and also with Commissioner Jasper's thoughts as well on that subject.
Thank you very much for your help.
You're welcome.
Any further comments? Seeing none. We do have a pink card from the prime sponsor, and since I have not closed the hearing, I will accept the prime sponsor for coming and speaking on House Bill 315. Representative Potenza?
Yes.
Indicated 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry I'm late. There was two huge big Lumbertown trucks in front of me, and they caused me to be late. So I know that somebody already introduced the bill. I think we're reading into the bill a lot more than we should. There was an amendment, I'm not sure if it was passed out or not, that just changes the bill so it actually says before any House committee, not just the committee. So currently, everyone that is coming in front of to testify in front of the legislature, it's a known fact that they are coming in providing truthful testimony. So I'm not talking about oaths. I'm not talking about any of those things. We're just saying basically that that's already a known factor. The other piece here is it only applies to government, of course, and public employees, members, if they're appointed to some executive state government, council or association. The part of, in a sense, reporting false testimony is not to have a gotcha. It's not to go after these people for a crime. It's not any of those things. I think it keeps people honest. And since we don't have oaths that are going on or any of that kind of stuff, which we see all the time in other legislatures across the country, as well as in our federal government, I think having this in place gets it key that there is a pathway. I have been in the legislature, this is my second term, but before that, I came to hearings all the time. And I would watch agencies give false testimony all the time. And I could give multitudes of examples, which I will email the committee, where I'm going to show you the video of what they said and what is actually the truth. A few years back, actually, in our HHS committee, there was an attorney that was hired by DHHS that was providing false testimony and was spoken to. I don't know if it was reported to ethics, I think it was. And then he just didn't come testify anymore. This makes it a formal process. So let's say, for example, there's someone here and they're giving a lot of false testimony on a, whether it be legislature, whatever it may be, current RSAs, laws, whatever that's in place. And you as a committee come together when you're caucusing and you realize that that's, not true. You can actually just put in a formal complaint into ethics and they could look at it. If they wanted to go further and do an investigation or call witnesses, we have all of that authority. I just think that there should be a pathway and something that is set in stone that says when you're coming here to testify, it's a given that you're supposed to be telling the truth. And if you're not telling the truth, you could be held accountable. And we already have all of those pathways that can be done. So even if this bill isn't passed, we already have, so for example, the committee could pull the information together, chair would report to ethics, if they wanted to take action, like if they want to do a criminal penalty, they could report to the AG for a criminal charge, they could induce a resolution to the House to recommend investigation. Those are all things that we have right now in our tools in our toolbox. The ethics committee could even conduct their own investigation, cross-examine, get witnesses. They could issue a report. They could refer to the House for a vote for contempt. The House, of course, has constitutional punishment power that can vote to prohibit that person from testifying before the House. I think it's really interesting to be clear here, that a lot of this has to do with separation of powers. A lot of this has to do with, when an executive branch is employing, if they're testifying, they're not testifying usually as a natural person with their rights. They're testifying in their quote unquote official capacity. And so they only have privileges. The privileges here are always designated to the people. Now, of course, if someone comes in and they've taken the vacation day from their job, whether they work for an agency or let's say they're, a New Hampshire state trooper or whatever it may be, that's all fine and dandy. So then we're all on the same level playing field. But when you're, in a sense, and I wanted to say it's clear in statute. I think it was 421 times that I saw. I won't burden the committee with that. It's clear in statute, in law, and in even our Constitution. Any person, so for example, 141C21, it automatically has a different layer for the people versus the government. Any person who shall violate, disobey, refuse, omit, or neglect to comply with any of the provisions of RSA 141C or the rules adopted pursuant to it shall be guilty of a misdemeanor if a natural person, or guilty of a felony if any other person. That would be government. So, government does not have rights. It has granted duties, authorities, and privileges. This is covered very clearly in Worcester v. Plymouth. It was universally understood by the founders of our institutions that jury trial and other usual provisions of Bill of Rights were not grants of rights to the public body politic, but reservations of private rights of the subject, paramount to all governed mental authority, and this constitutional principle has never been abandoned. So that's kind of where I'm at. If, the committee would be open to, if they feel as if it's, too harsh to list literally the criminal penalties in there, we could discuss that. I just think it should be stated that having this in law, in statute is important.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions? Representative Barton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have just one simple question. You spoke about a witness that gave false testimony. What was the burden you used to determine that that witness did so knowingly?
If you're talking about the incident that I wasn't part of that committee with the lawyer, that has nothing to do with me. The burden of proof, if we're talking about something else where I was at a bill and I was testifying, this had to do with a department stating fact that they do not promote, they didn't promote a certain biologic injection for children at all, and then said that it was nowhere on their website. We went and saw the posting right on their website, like a flyer promoting it. And then within 2 days of that hearing, then magically that flyer was disappeared online. So we were in the hearing, they were told you're saying here you don't do it, and then you're telling parents to do it. It's clear as day, right on your website, on the department's website, on the government website. And then of course it magically disappears. That's a great example I could give.
Follow up.
How did you know that the witness had that knowledge in their head?
Because they doubled down after they were told that it was specifically right there on the website. They literally said, no, it is not. So, I mean, we're talking about like a third in command at the department. So.
Okay. Representative Wade.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So to clarify, you'd mentioned a process going through the ethics committee. So in the scenario where this law is implemented, would the ethics committee be the ones who make that determination that the person knowingly made false testimony? And how would they clear that bar?
I really think that this would be something that is probably not going to happen very often. I think once something like this is in place, I think it gives a pathway of accountability. When people have been in the House for a long time, they know who comes to their committees and who doesn't. that are like known fibbers. Like that's just kind of a thing in the House. I'm not saying anything that seasoned reps don't know about. And so I think that will end maybe some of that behavior. I don't believe that, yes, they would, I think the ethics committee would make that based upon the evidence that was provided from the committee, from the chair of the committee specifically, if there was a caucus and there was a problem. And to be honest, I think that it would just be probably a discussion, a notice, a warning from ethics to say, hey, that seems like that was out of line, whether we can prove that you knowingly did or not, but can you be careful in the future? I think holding everyone accountable, to include everyone that's sitting in this room, all the legislators, and all government employees is important. And I think this is a way to do it.
Further questions? Representative Turcotte.
Welcome, Representative Potenza. I have one question for you. On both of the new paragraphs, it talks about the individual being prohibited from testifying before the committee. What is the timeline on that?
That would just be within the term, because you can't bind any future, you can't bind a future legislative. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes, but these paragraphs apply to an employee of a state agency. So why would a term determine how long the individual can't?
I see what you're saying. I just think that it would be, yeah, you're right, because it's not like they are an elected representative. I just didn't want to have something where I thought it was maybe a conflict in putting something in that was gonna, even bind the next the next legislature. So I think that that's enough. I mean, if you think about it, let's say if it's the beginning of the term and this happens and they're not able to testify in a committee for a year or a year and a half, then that's, I think that's enough of a punishment in a sense that maybe they come back and they've learned their lesson for, the next term. So I don't have really any problem with that piece. I also, like if it's someone that's a repeat offender, then that's where, maybe penalties, like real penalties, come in. I can't see that happening at this point. I think that this bill will correct a problem that we've had for quite some time that's happening here.
I have one. Is it your intention with this legislation to prohibit that person unilaterally from testifying, or testifying from the agency? Could that person still come and testify, sign up with a pink card and testify as themselves?
Of course, they could. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much for your, I have one follow-up.
All right. Sorry. Thank
No
you.
worries.
So last question. So, assuming with the amendment, you said any House committee. So would that then mean if they were found liable for providing false testimony under one committee, they would be barred from testifying in their state capacity from any committee
Correct.
at all? Okay.
Correct.
Really good question.
And sorry,
Follow-up?
last
Yeah.
follow-up. So and I think you said any House committee.
Yes, correct.
So would not apply to the Senate.
Actually, it applies to the general court. So the general court is the Senate, so it would apply to them as well.
Okay, thank you.
All good. Thank you very much for your testimony. We are past the time. I'm going to, no other pink cards. I will need one from you. I will close the hearing on House Bill 315, and while we reset the label on the testimony table, and then we will be opening up immediately House Bill 456. We'll get there. We'll get there. All right. The time past the stated time of 1:45. I will open the hearing on House Bill 456 and call the prime sponsor, Representative Potenza, who's asked for 3 minutes. Welcome back.
I never really left. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a real simple bill. It's adding basically 2 lines to current statute, 17DE and 98F1. The reason why this is important is because here we have a state agency. They shall only provide information to the committee at the committee's request and shall not take a position in support of or in opposition to a matter before the legislature. And the reason, and then there's, this just modifies in section line 14, 98F1. It just basically, it's another piece of legislation that just talks about state employees wearing badges, and we just added that in there too. OLS did, to make sure it was covered in both places. The reason why this is so important is because we have a problem with testimony coming in all of the time to say they're giving factual information, and then they're saying, oh, well, you know, you shouldn't pass this bill because da 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 da. And then there's a lot of, I guess the word is what ifs. There's tons of what ifs when the separation of powers is so important, and we've kind of lost our way with that. So coming in as an agency presenting factual information is important when there's a lot of what ifs. So for example, in my committee, it happens all of the time. There's just an undue influence that we know that's taking place. Public comment, for example, on rules that took place that got passed it was unbelievable to watch. There was not one private person, not one expert that came in that was for the rules. And then now every bill that we had to fix some of those rules through all that testimony was denied from the agency, when all of the testimony that we have based upon the public from the private people was all in support of everything that we've done. Because there's, you know, private meetings that take place with industry and stakeholders and or even the executive branch, and those things have to stop. They really have to be very separate. So facts are important in presenting it. Someone can basically rip apart a bill by not saying that they are for or against, by just giving the facts that are stated. And that's what's so important. And I think what's really, if you look at the rules of the House, this is what we have passed. Rule 63 is clear. Influencing legislation, prohibition of. No employee or attaché of the House, Sergeant of Arms shall, directly or indirectly, be personally involved with or attempt to influence the passage or consideration of any measure whatsoever. If any such employee or attaché becomes involved with any such measure, it shall be grounds for summary dismissal. So we have those rules for us, but we're not giving those same rules to other branches, like the executive branch, for example. So the executive branch is not given this type of authority. The governor is given executive power to faithfully make sure that the laws are followed. And there's just, our Constitution is so clear with our legislature, you know, Part 1, Article 2. It's just, it talks about, you know, the supreme legislative power within the state shall be vested in the Senate and the House of Representatives. Each will have, you know, a negative on the other, which really shows that checks and balances. Article 5 is very clear. So I just really, that I've talked to other fellow reps that are now in their second term and third term that are very supportive of this as well. There shouldn't be anyone that it just basically keeps things clean, keeps checks and balances, and makes you know, government employees when they're coming in those capacities basically talk on merits and use facts and not game the system.
Done. Questions?
Sure.
Sure. Seeing Representative Wade.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a question specifically on line 11 of the bill. which states that a state agency shall only provide information to the committee at the committee's request. So in the context of something like a public hearing, would that then mean that the committee would have to request a state agency to come ahead of time? So what does at the committee's request mean in the context of providing that information?
So when we have a hearing, we're already requesting it from that. So OLS, this is their language, and they said that that's how it should be written here specifically when they added that line. That's their legal language. So right now we have a public hearing, we have it open. That's basically, we're requesting information for people to come in. So if that is, of course, a private person or someone that is an agency, that's how it works. And so that's why I was told that, because I picked up on that as well. But that's the language that they said should be used.
Yes, so to understand, so the standard of a public hearing counts as the committee's request. So to my understanding, state employees or state agencies wouldn't need to have a specific request from the committee for bills to come in and testify for. They would still be able to come in on their own accord to testify.
Of course, that's the standard that it is now. That doesn't change at all. As you know, and Representative Hill, you've been doing this for a while. That does happen. Of course, chairs, request people to come in, request agencies to come in, request other people to come back up and speak on something, to maybe ask another question. That's all standard, but it's not changing any sort of process currently in place.
Representative Barton.
Thank you. I would follow on Representative Wade's questions and concerns about line 11. The language here says a state agency shall only provide, limiting the state agency, if I'm reading the language like that. My question is, I'll say that the House can pass resolutions, and those resolutions can be delivered to the federal government, as I think it's Federalist 45 essentially makes the state a constituent of the federal government. So my question would be, would a state agency or a representative of a state agency constitute a constituent of the state? And would they be limited in providing information based on the language of 10 and 11 in this proposed legislation?
I don't believe so. I can look into that further, talk with one of the attorneys to see, but if that created an issue, then we could fix that language. Like I said, I made it crystal clear of what the bill was, which was can't take a position, provide factual information, and that's it. They wrote that like that specifically because it's kind of known. Hearing, they come in. Of course, we already know that representatives, chairs, vice chairs request, expert testimony that are coming in from government agencies all the time. So if that seems to be an issue, we can fix that. That's not a problem if we feel that it is.
If the agency is considered a constituent, wouldn't they have the rights to take a position?
They have to come in. They would have to not be on their work hours. So coming in their private capacity, yes. They can take whatever position they want in their private capacity.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony, Representative Potenza. What happens if a bill comes in, and I don't have an example off the top of my head, that truly negatively impacts the practices of a particular agency? That agency is not able to defend itself then, or what?
No, I mean, if they're the legislature creates the law. So if they want to come in and they want to testify in their own private capacity as an employee of an agency, they have every right to do that. But they can't represent the agency. But they can give all of the facts. It's very easy to say, you know, we strongly oppose this bill for XYZ. Just don't say you strongly oppose the bill. But these are the reasons why I feel, or even an agency can come in and say, this bill, I feel on behalf of the agency, is inherently flawed because of X, Y, and Z. It's about taking a position. You can't come in and say, we're strongly opposed to this. We strongly support this. That's what I'm saying. Because that's the gaming of the system that is a problem. The legislature makes laws. We have separation of powers. We have to keep it as clean as we possibly can. Facts are facts, and that's great. It's not going to stop anything. You know, I want as much truthful, factual information for us to be able to do our jobs as best we can.
Representative Sorensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your bill. So you mentioned the executive branch earlier, and it's my understanding that the governor's budget is a proposal that she's advocating for. So she's specifically taking a stand. How would that be affected by your bill?
So it really doesn't, because she doesn't come testify in front of the legislature. The bill actually goes, I mean, going through one budget already, I've kind of watched that process. And when we get, you know, like SB1 and SB2, where, you know, and all of the different components to it, her proposal is put forward and then it goes to the legislature. It's not as if she's coming in and testifying or for or against or whatever. It doesn't really work in what I'm talking about in a committee hearing. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Can I clarify a statement that you just made, that the governor does not provide testimony to all of us when it's on our calendar that the governor is making their budget address?
Yes, I know.
That was confusing.
No, I understand where you're coming from. She, of course, puts forward in her address to the whole House, we're talking about like a specific bill item. She's going to give her, you know, put her foot forward. But this is, I don't know, I think we're making this bigger into than what we're saying here. I don't, the budget is a little bit different than just passing one piece of legislation.
Thank you, Chairman. Question, please. I believe I've seen where, like, for example, the state police come in and testify on a committee. Are you saying they would have to come in on their own time to testify about legislation and how it might affect their operations? They'd have to come in as a private citizen. They couldn't come in while they're on the job?
No, they could totally come in while they're on the job. They just cannot take a position.
I'm good.
Representative Barton.
Yes, I have a question. This goes back to considering, if we were considering a state agency as a constituent, would we be restricting their rights to say yay or nay if they're on the clock? Why wouldn't they be able to come in on the clock?
Because taxpayers are paying for them, and they can't. You can't do that. The government doesn't have the right to do that. That's the separation of powers, and that's why that's why it would be different. If they're going to take a day off from work and they want to speak and go against or for something, then that is that's their right to do that as a private citizen in their private capacity. But as a paid employee of the state, if they're going to come in and say, I strongly oppose, they can't do that.
If we were, yes, if we were to, as a House, if the governor were to deliver a House resolution to, let's say, the president, would they have to do it on their own personal time?
If the governor was to deliver a resolution for, I don't understand what you're saying.
If the Senate and the House passed, let's say, a joint House resolution on subject X, and the governor signed it, and subject X is now a passed resolution, would that resolution have to be delivered to our federal delegation or to the office of the president on the governor's personal time, or would it be able to be delivered on state taxpayers' time?
A resolution is not law, so it doesn't apply.
Thank you very much. I am going to. I'm new at this. I'm going to ask private citizen Sean Jasper to testify. Welcome again.
Thank you,
There
Mr.
you go,
Chairman,
see?
members of the committee. I am Sean Jasper, private citizen, Hudson, representing myself. And I apologize because my Three Monkeys comment was actually meant to be for this bill, not the previous one. And I think there are a lot of problems with this idea. And the first one I want to correct is just because some people have not seen a governor come and testify before a committee does not mean that it does not happen, because I've certainly served in the legislature when it has happened. As Speaker, I had encouraged Governor Sununu to come and testify just for pick a bill, any bill, to come in and testify so that committee members would become familiar with how that happened. Unfortunately, I don't think that did. And clearly now there's some idea that governors don't testify on bills. But I'm sure that Representative Wall could testify that over the years that has happened on more than one occasion. The idea that we could come in and provide information as a head of a state agency without directly or indirectly taking a position is counterintuitive. If you're providing information, there are going to be times when it's very clear what the position is based on the information that we're providing. And that would be the testimony would be in conflict with what you just heard. I'm going to give you an example of a bill that I will be testifying on in this session. As a matter of fact, when I was asked for a fiscal note, I refused to provide the information because it said the bill is a direct violation of federal law, and I will not provide information on a bill which violates federal law. And so I will be testifying, and I have to testify to the consequences of that bill and why I have to oppose it. Because while the intent may be good, the reality is that it would put private citizens at risk of violating public federal law, being subject to a misdemeanor and $1,000 fine per violation, but they would be doing so under cover of a state law. And in this particular subject, which has to do with meat processing, since 1907, the federal government has taken it on their responsibility for food protection. You can actually read my comments on the website of the department with my weekly column, which I don't necessarily write weekly, but this one is called The Jungle, which is a reference to the book The Jungle, written by Upton Sinclair in 1904. So there are times when it is in the best interest and it is imperative for departments to be giving that testimony that could be very directly in opposition to the bill. Simply giving information, first of all, as I said, would pretty easily be seen one way or the other, but it is imperative. And the second case is, and the governor just gave all the commissioners and department heads this directive yesterday. We are not to testify on bills unless we have had the approval of the governor to do so, because specifically she does not want us to be at odds with her position. So we have to run it through her office to say we have a bill that we're either in support or opposition to, and we would like to testify, and then we get the permission to do so. So, we need to be able to represent the person who appointed us to office. We are, in essence, here on the governor's behalf. I think you need to have the information, and you all need to do as the legislature has done for, if you go back to colonial times, well over 300 years, you have to take the information that is provided to you and weigh that, whether it's truthful, whether it makes sense to you, and use that to come to your best judgment. But you should not put the legislature in a situation where there are opinions and thoughts and ideas that are held back. I think that goes against the very idea of why the legislature is here. And I'll end my testimony there.
Thank you, private citizen Jasper. Any questions? Yes, Representative Wade.
Thank you for your testimony. So I'm a freshman rep, but it's to my understanding that there are occasions where a state agency might reach out to a legislator and discuss proposing a bill in the first place if if a state agency identifies an issue with current law or an improvement that could be made specifically to benefit their operations, and then that that the entire process is in coordination with a state agency. So how do you imagine this might impact those types of bills that get put
Thank you
forward?
for that question, and I did overlook that part of the process in my testimony. I'd been thinking of that back there, and then it slipped my mind. But you're absolutely right. That is the only way that agencies can actually get a bill before the legislature, is to find sponsors. And we do that all the time. There are several bills before the legislature now that I have reached out to legislators on, and it will be coming forward at our behest, and we will need to testify in favor of that. We've asked legislators to go forward with these ideas and these bills, and the idea that we wouldn't be able to come in and then give them the full support, again, is something that just really doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, usually you will find in those cases, it may actually say this bill has been submitted at the request of the Department of Agriculture, Markets and Food. You'll be aware of that, but certainly most legislators would also say the department asked me to do that, and then we would follow up with the testimony. It is part of the process that has worked very well for hundreds of years.
Thank you, Commissioner Jasper. You got 3 monkeys and a jungle, all in the same testimony. Pretty good.
Thank you.
No further questions. I think we're all set. Thank you very much. Chair will call Paul Smith, our House Clerk. Ask for 2 minutes. Not taking a position.
That's correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Paul Smith, Clerk of the House. Wanted to give a little historical context to the underlying section of Chapter 98. In 2005, legislation. Let me give a more broad historical context. In the early 2000s, legislative ethics was sort of paramount, and we revised our laws entirely. Former Representative Jasper was chair of the Legislative Ethics Committee at one point. I was a member of the House at that time, and in fact, I am a co-sponsor of the bill, House Bill 43 in 2005, that went to this committee that specifically created Chapter 98F. The reason this was done was because in 2003 and 4, when we were working on the legislative ethics chapter, we really got into the meat of RSA 15.5 in the whole chapter of 15, which is about lobbying on behalf of in front of the legislature. Excuse me, in front of the legislature. And the original subsections that we worked on was to create a not applicable to state employees who were appearing to testify before a committee. We amended that subsequently in creating the new Chapter 98 as it was in 2005, which is now 20 years old, and basically indicated that, like lobbyists, executive branch staff must wear proper identification in their positions of taking positions, just like lobbyists. Just like lobbyists, we were equating executive branch staff. I'm a legislative staff. It's just the way I rock. I apologize. But we wanted the executive agencies to be held to the same standard as lobbyists who were also being paid to give a position in front of the legislature. So that is the history of how this particular statute developed and why. And to clarify that state employees and agencies had been for many years testifying on behalf of their agencies. And keep in mind, of course, that commissioners are technically not included as staff of the executive branch because they are commissioned by the governor and council, just like the governor is not an employee when he or she does testify in front of the legislature to present their budget. They are not employees. They are the governor elected, etc. The second point I wanted to just raise in the first part of 17D regarding investigations, that the language, as Representative Wade pointed out earlier, does say a state agency shall only provide information to the committee at the committee's request. So that means preemptively, if an agency saw House Bill 645 and saw that it was going to cut 45 positions, the agency could not send a letter to the committee unless requested to do so, saying this will impact the state in the following ways. Not taking a position, but this language would prohibit them from sending that letter until they were invited to do so by the chair of the committee. That is a truism of the language as it is before you. Again, I don't take any position on allowing agencies to take a position on legislation. I can simply tell you the legislative intent from 20 years ago when I was sitting over on that side, and why we are where we are.
Thank you for your testimony. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Chair will call John Williams from DHHS.
Chairman Hill, members of the committee, thank you again.
Taking no position.
Taking no position. So this, I think you've actually identified many of the key concerns that I was going to raise, and you certainly got a well done history of the legislative background from Clerk Smith on the bill. There was just a couple of very quick items just to bring to your attention. For example, the Department of Revenue Administration. They perform an important and critical role, and this is just an example, just speaking about how we work as state agencies with the legislature. As you go through the budget process, one of the thresholds is identifying what are the revenues going to be. And that happens during the course of the House phase of the budget, the governor's phase of the budget, and the critical information that is received by the House Ways and Means Committee is so important. So this bill, as currently written, would prohibit them from coming unless they were requested. Now, one of the items that did catch my attention in your discussion is about what mechanically would the process be for the committee themselves to actually make the request. And and I would defer to Attorney Jennifer Four, because she's your legal counsel for the committee on all things that are legal, but I'm going to give you at least my impressions because I've been doing this work for some time. But under statutory construction, you look at the plain language in front of you. And if you read it and it reads in a very clear way, you don't get to the ambiguity of trying to figure out what the language means. So in the sentences that you see in lines 10 through 12, when it talks about a state agency shall only provide information to a committee, at the committee's request, not the committee's chair, that could certainly call and say, hey, I would like Commissioner Jasper to come and talk to me about wonderful things happening in the world of agriculture, apples blooming and things like that, and all that sort of stuff. But what it says here specifically is that the committee has to make the request. So how does that even procedurally happen? Does that mean you have to meet as a committee, convene, then vote? Because right to know, transparency of government, you're going to have to do this in the open public for people to see and say, yes, we're voting on this bill. We would like to see the department. Then you would close the hearing, recalendar it per the House rules, and then have the department come before you. So I think you've identified many of the mechanical issues and technical issues with the bill. As Commissioner Jasper said, and it was a great question that was raised by Representative Wade, many state agencies do request legislation to help New Hampshire citizens. And we reach out to you and we partner with you. And we get, if you're good at what you do, you get bipartisan support, you get both senators and representatives on your bill. In the analysis of the bill, for those of you who are brand new, right under here where it says analysis, you're going to see indicated in there if it was a department requested bill. So it makes it really, really clear that the department is requesting that legislation. So what happens if this bill passes? And clearly the department's wanting to come in and taking a position on it, whether it's implied or directly. And now, and it raises a question, the authority. If I'm coming here as Citizen Jasper, just for a second, or Citizen Williams, am I vested with the authority that I've been given as a state actor at that point in time? And it just raises lots of questions, and I think you got it. So with that ends and concludes my observations. Chairman Hill, and unless there's any questions for me, I thank you for your time and attention.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Last pink card that I have is, and I'm hopeful I can do this, Masco. From the Office of the Child Advocate. Welcome to Legislative Administration. If you could give your name and position with the organization, that would be great. And you do have written testimony, and you do oppose the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. My name is Attorney Lissa Mascio. I'm the Associate Child Advocate.
Again?
Lissa
Mascio.
Mascio. It's Italian. It's a tough one.
That's an I. Mascio?
Yes, I'm sorry. My teenager also agrees with you that my handwriting is terrible, but
Nope, that's great.
I'll
Thank
work
you very
on it.
much. Welcome.
thank you so much. And I am here as the Associate Child Advocate. Essentially, I am the deputy for a very tiny agency that many of you may not have heard of. I actually have not had the pleasure of appearing here before you or meeting most of you. Our child advocate, Cassandra Sanchez, wanted to be here today, but she could not. She is essentially the commissioner of our agency. The Office of the Child Advocate is a 9-person state agency. We are administratively attached to DAS because we are an independent oversight agency over all child-serving executive branch agencies. So originally that was DCYF, which is Child Protection, Juvenile Justice. It expanded in 2020 to include all child-serving agencies, executive branch agencies, as well as their contracted providers. So that would also include residential facilities like Webster House. It expands to YDC, as well as contracted providers like Waypoint. So we are a very small agency, but one of the reasons we were created in 2017 after some very high profile child deaths was in part to come present to and advocate to the legislature, the public, other executive branch agencies. Outreach is a huge part of what we do. So I did include a big chunk of our statute in the written testimony. I tried to bold the relevant pieces. I just want to point to a couple things because I agree with private citizen Jasper, who has left, as well as my colleague John Williams. Many of us sit on a commissioner's legislative group, which is a group of all of the sort of legislative liaisons in state agencies to come together on some bills. So I did read that sentence in the same way that you did, Representative Wade, as far as the invitation, the request to appear. I agree with Attorney Williams that that is the plain language of that. It would seem as though unless the entire committee invited us to appear, we could not present testimony. And as many of you may not have been aware, the Office of the Child Advocate exists, or that we might be interested in this bill, so you wouldn't even know to invite us or request our testimony. We were created to specifically advocate and give a voice to children in the system, very vulnerable children who often don't have a voice, which is a little different than many state agencies. Most state agencies were not created specifically for that purpose, even though they do that. And so there are many bills. I am currently watching over 150 bills right now, many of which may not appear on their face to impact children in the system. However, we are the experts in that area. I was a DCYF attorney prosecuting child abuse. I've been a parent attorney contracted with the state. I've also practiced private family law. Most of my colleagues are social workers. They've worked within the system and without this of the system. We are experts in our field, as are most of the state agency employees. I would hope that state agencies hire experts in their fields so they know about land use. I sat through a bill on farming today. There's a specific agency may be implicated, or that children may be implicated, or that there may be an unintended consequence for children. So we are particularly concerned about that language. But more broadly, this idea that state agencies should not be able to directly or indirectly take a position does seem to fly in the face of what we do. I appreciate your question about the budget. Every agency has to go before the House Finance and the Senate Finance Committee and advocate, sometimes quite strongly, for our budget to get funding, especially in a challenging fiscal climate. We also do have bills, as Attorney Williams mentioned and Commissioner Jasper mentioned, that our agency put forth. And it says right on there, put forth by the Office of Child Advocate. The bill language for SB 76 just came out. It's a cleanup bill for our statute. We would necessarily need to go advocate for that, about why those specific changes, what needs to get fixed. So, as everyone else has already mentioned, that the language of this is incredibly problematic for many reasons and would directly impact the Office of Child Advocate, especially because we have sort of a very unique role. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I see one question, one hand raised from Representative Richards.
Just for clarification, in the notes that I was taking, in this language that many folks that are testimonying are pointing to around the invitation of the committee, just to clarify that invitation is something that committees do with every single bill at the point when every public hearing is announced. So the statement from OLS is that is the committee's invitation. Did I hear that correctly? But did I then also hear that the agencies like yourself may be wanting to provide information, as the clerk listed, with the historical intent of things, that there would be times when an agency would send a letter to the committee in advance of the public hearing being stated. So they're aware at the start of the legislative session, this bill is coming forward with certain language that's going to cut the 45 employees, as was mentioned earlier. And at that point, that anyone from that state agency could not do anything until the date of the public hearing was announced. Are you following my logic
To
in
whom
what
is
I heard?
to whom is that question?
I'm kind of putting that question to you. And then I would also then put it back to the sponsor of the bill, potentially to come back up, because she did say that OLS put that in. My area of wanting to find the focus of concern is that you're restricting any of that agency to do anything until that public hearing is scheduled and announced.
So my understanding, if you'll allow me, my understanding is the notice in the calendar of the hearing date is the offer to all to testify on this bill. So whether that's quote unquote an invitation, I think it would be. So regardless of whether there's a personal invitation or not, or, and I did write down the note of, we may not even know they want to testify. I think it's encompassing or, incumbent on them, or whoever them is, to read the calendar, and that's the
Correct, which
invitation.
is, may I follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yep.
I guess let me try to restate this to be where I'm trying to get into the order of operations of what is restricting the state agencies. Is that the state agency will only provide information at the committee's request. The committee's request is the public hearing, which is calendared, and the agencies pay attention to that. You follow your 150 bills. That language, though, is the state agency can only provide information at that point, from that point forward. So from February 19th on the rest of the 8 bills, no state agency could communicate with the committee in any fashion. And that, to me, is what this is saying. And if, as Paul gave an example, that a bill could be presented that cuts half of the workforce, that no one, the commissioner appointed by the governor, no one could communicate to anyone in the committee prior to that point.
Okay, so here's what we'll do. We will ask both Jennifer and Attorney Cianci for clarification on that point. Okay? Good. Representative Wade.
I was gonna this isn't a question, it's more to state that I think the prime sponsor mentioned that OLS said that language implied that the hearing counted as the committee's request, but there are concerns from some of the other witnesses that the plain language of the bill, if you were to just read it in isolation, a committee might think that you would have to get a formal request. So, yeah. Sorry. That's all.
But we'll get that point covered prior to You're right. You're welcome to chime in if you'd like, but if you'd like, you're welcome.
I think everybody has covered it. I think it's an open question. That is my plain reading of it, that we would need to wait for a committee to reach out to the Office of Child Advocate and say, please, we want you to speak to us, because it's new language. The original language sort of had that as a public invitation.
Okay, we'll get it clarified. Representative Turcotte.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the question. This is probably a better question for the sponsor, but I'll take your response on it also. Let's just assume that the words "at the committee's request" was not in there. I think, would you at that point think that the intent of the bill is to have agencies or state employees only provide information and not take a position? Does that make sense?
Yes. So we have two distinct concerns with this bill. One being the invitation only. The second very much being that agencies would not be able to take a position. And I think Commissioner Jasper, as well as Attorney Williams, also said similarly, whether you're indirectly or directly taking a position, you know, the Office of the Child Advocate is very specifically created in order to advocate for children, which would make it incredibly difficult for us to fulfill our statutory mandate. But I think many state agencies, it's very clear, even if you're just giving information, like this is going to harm the environment, this is going to harm children, this is going to harm the state police, whatever, or help. It could also be help. This will help children, this will help state police. Typically, when a state agency is weighing in, it's because the bill is going to have some sort of impact on their agency, or more importantly, their constituency. The Office of Child Advocate was very specifically created in order to be sort of a watchdog agency and specifically take positions and systemic reform. But all agencies do directly or indirectly take positions, including on our budgets, as well as bills that we put forth. Right now, we have 5 bills in front of the legislature that we sought a sponsor, we help draft, we provide assistance and advocacy for. So this would definitely tie the hands of, I believe, all state agencies, but very explicitly the Office of the Child Advocate.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me rephrase the question. If the words "at the committee's request" were removed, is it fair to say you'd only have one issue with this bill? And that would be not being able to provide a position?
Correct, except for it is worded differently. The second section in 98F1 is even broader, to include promoting, opposing directly or indirectly any legislation. It'd be hard to imagine how I would even give information without potentially falling afoul of that language. It's incredibly broad.
Very quickly, would you consider a position as information?
Thank you for the question. That feels a little bit like a chicken and an egg question. A position, yes. Taking a position is providing information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your help.
It's a pleasure to see all of you. We never get to hang out over here.
You're always welcome back at the Legislative Administration. I do see a hand up from the prime sponsor who, I hesitate, but I would be happy to give you 2 or 3 minutes to answer whatever questions have popped up in the meantime, if you can, if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Position is crystal clear. It's pro or against. You know, the first thing that comes out of the mouth usually when an agency is testifying, we're strongly against or strongly for. That's the only thing that this changes. I just talked to Commissioner Jasper in the hallway. I see him all the time. I'm an environment and agriculture. Any of that, if it's going to violate federal law, and you're going to give all of those facts, all of that information. It's about taking a position specifically. That's it. So whoever you're advocating for or not, I didn't realize that this would be ripped apart. I thought it was a simple bill. I definitely believe that if the committee's up for that, I will put an amendment in, or the committee, it's your bill now. You could put an amendment in to wipe out the specific language that was from OLS in regards, because, you know, and look at the, talk to the attorney as well. It was Jennifer that I worked with on this bill. So, you know, we could fix that. It's just, I think it's really important. And there's a method to my madness, and I will email the committee some very specifics about the reason why I think that's so important. When you're arguing your case for something or against something, the proof is in the pudding, and they're already doing that anyway. This doesn't change that.
Okay. This, I wasn't giving you a second opportunity to do another testimony. I wondered if you had specific answers to specific questions that we had.
So, Representative Richards, I heard exactly what you heard from the clerk, and so now I don't believe that we ever get any testimony before the bill gets a bill number and all of that. It's before it goes onto the calendar and has a hearing. It's not as if I've never received any sort of testimony in advance of a bill that's not already noticed. So that piece, I agree, like the hearing with what the OLS put forward was like the putting it out there, inviting. But I can see where you're coming from with what he said, like if that continuing, You know, would it be a one-shot deal? I wouldn't believe that. That was not my intent. We get messages all the time from the agencies all throughout the cycle. It's not a one and done. So, but I hear what you were trying to say, and I think that was a concern that the clerk
We'll
got
get
up
that
to.
answered for you. Great. Thank you very much for taking the time. Having no other pink cards and seeing no one else in the room that wants to speak, I'll close the hearing on whatever this bill is, 456. And well, that was just mean. I will. I think we're all set for the day. We've successfully gone through a third of our bills, and we're all set now for the. We'll be in the calendar tonight for the 19th. Anything that comes up, please let me know in the meantime. Anything else we need? Yep.
For how things went today, was there anything that you wanted to bring up? I know, sorry, I kind of slipped a little bit into exec session on that last one.
No.
Just want to make sure.
So for a little while, just about till crossover, you can get away with saying, I'm new here. But after that, we're all the same. It is, everything comes through the chair. So even if you know the answer to something, it would be better, you read the room. And sometimes along the way, it would be better, we have all this period of time between now and execing to have the conversation. And so, you know, it's perfectly fine. Don't let it worry you. Anything else? Anyone have a problem? You did an excellent job with that new system. Thank you. I don't think there's any other information. We're fine. Attorney Port, are we fine? Thank you. All right. Have a good day. Drive carefully. Talk to you soon.